going out to somebody. Goodman called and basically say that he wasn't involved. What he did tell us is that he wanted his $20 back. It was a conversation that said he had about his sport, the library, and the shooting. I still work on this is not done. That's what you call justice. The saddest part about this is I started to dig, look for family, to reach out to notify them of what had happened. And there's nobody there. But the homicide unit here at the Mobile Police Department, we came together. We were his family, and we were ready to do justice.
First beat. A teenager was shot to death in the street.
Gunshot wounds, quite a bit of blood.
All by detectives need to know what his friends have to do with his murder.
I've been doing this for 20 years, and you're full.
And the clock is ticking. For homicide detectives, their chance of solving the murder is cut in half if they don't get a lead within the first 48 hours. Cleveland, Ohio, 1:08 p.m. It's ring out on the east side of town.
I want to report downfire. Neighbor said they found a man.
Says her neighbor saw a green minivan flee the scene after shots were fired.
Okay, police will be out.
As police respond, a second call comes in a mile away.
A really bad accident on the corner of 123rd and Chesterfield. Man in a car.
When patrol and EMS arrive, they find a man in the back of a green minivan, shot dead.
Come on. Damn it. Ready to kill other people sometimes. I'm getting kind of upset.
Detective Nate Sola has clocked 31 years with Cleveland PD, 7 of those in homicide. Fine cigars help Sola relieve the stress of the job.
You just got a call for male shot inside a vehicle. Receiving information where the male is in the motor vehicle is not where the shooting occurred. You know who the victim is? Derek Henderson. Derek Henderson?
19-year-old Derek Henderson, known to his friends and family as Blink, grew up on the east side of Cleveland. Was planning to enroll for the winter semester at a local college.
Gunshot wounds, quite a bit of blood.
Blink was shot once in the neck.
What happens here is the victim and his driver are coming east. He just blows the stop sign, and the Corsica T-bones him.
The driver of Corsica was not hurt in the crash, with the driver of the minivan Zell Steele was taken to the hospital with minor injuries.
Can I just talk to you guys over a minute?
Solar finds the victim's father and aunt.
Where's the nurse? Your son is still in the van. Do you know where he was? Okay, my partner and a couple other detectives are at the other scene. Scene is a traffic accident. That's where the bad stuff happened. We will do everything possible to find out exactly what happened and who did this. I'm very sorry.
Meanwhile, a mile away, Sola's partners are piecing together the evidence at the scene of the shooting. Has been with Cleveland Homicide since 2006. He's investigated over 150 cases since joining the team.
Looks like right now we have 7 casings and then a spent pellet in the street down there. And there's a bike.
Detectives found 6 9mm casings scattered at the top of the street, and another 9mm near the bike.
Both going to shots, you both on the bike.
2 hours in,
How you doing?
Detective Tim Entenach finds a witness.
What did you see or hear today?
Gunshots. I jumped up and went out the window. Seen the van coming in the street, northbound.
Anything unusual about the van?
And I actually stopped there first, in front of that first field right there. Guy jumped into the sliding door on the driver's side.
He says a man flagged down the van and got into the back seat.
Tell what the guy was wearing when he was picked up.
He was wearing all gray.
Appreciate your time. All right, thanks.
He was on the bike right before this happened.
The team believes the victim may have been shot off of his bike before flagging down the van.
It's not uncommon that people, get shot and their friends scoop them up and before I drive them to the hospital, get them out of the area.
The van ended up a mile away at Detective Soa's scene, with the victim dead in the back seat. At headquarters,
Yes, ma'am. Did you see it?
Soa gets a call from a witness.
What happened?
In Cleveland, 19-year-old Derek Blake Henderson was found dead in a van after being shot a mile away. Now, Detective Nate Soa is on the phone with an eyewitness.
You saw it.
He needs her to tell him who killed Blake.
Eric by himself? Okay. Eric was with.
The witness says Blake was with the driver, Donzel Steele, and another man she knows only as Drew.
What happened?
Standing on the corner when a man on a bike approached them.
And
Witness says Blake and Drew got into a shootout with the man on the bike.
Sorry about that. So, three of them, they're all together.
So the guy on the bike might be the guy who shot our victim. We need to talk to the driver of the minivan.
Diaz looks up the driver of the van. 23-year-old Donzel Steele is currently on probation for weapons charges.
He'll be out of the hospital by tomorrow, so we'll go pick him up first thing in the morning. We need him to tell us who started the shooting.
The next morning,
Don't like the weather here? And
We are headed to Donzel's grandfather's house, see if he's there right now. We figured we'd try first thing in the morning. He's just got a lot of explaining to do. for this weather. They didn't get their newspaper yet.
No.
Yeah, we need to talk with you, Donzel's detectives. We're gonna have to get dressed because we gotta bring you downtown.
Donzel agrees to talk at headquarters.
Got him, smoke this, smoke the friendly people.
Ready?
Give me some cigarettes. And that's when I seen him. Donzel claims he was driving to the store when the victim flagged him down.
There's a van in the back seat. Went trying to get him to the hospital. We get over there by where the accident at. And all I see is blood coming out of his mouth and nose. And I panic. Not paying attention to the road. So when the accident happened.
Put our probation, right?
Right.
As of right now, I have no other choice but to call your probation officer today. I've been doing this for 20 years. Multiple witnesses that identify your vehicle picking your friend up by the open field. You're on that street when this happens.
The street.
Let me ask you this. What was your friend wearing?
The gray jogging suit he died in.
Here's the first witness. Described the black male wearing a light gray hoodie and light gray pants running north at 96th Street. What color's your van? There's a green minivan pulling up the street, slows down as the male's running down the street. These are people that hear gunshots outside their house. They look out, they see your van pulling up, and they see a kid getting in it. This isn't something that they're gonna make up. We're trying to help your friend.
In the murder of Derek Blink Henderson, Cleveland Homicide is interviewing Donzel Steele. He admits he drove the victim from the scene, but claims he wasn't there for the shooting.
I've been doing this for 20 years, and you're fully.
Tell us the truth.
Donzel admits Blink and another friend named Drew Danzy came to his house asking for a ride.
They just said because we trying to do something.
He says he drove Blink and Drew around the neighborhood.
One way to 96. Tapped me. Let me out right here.
He says he pulled over and Blink and Drew got out.
Why did you not pull off?
I'm trying to make sure everything go all right.
So,
Nothing to do with those body transfer.
okay, what happens then?
All I just see is shot. Then I'm like, what the?
Who shoots first?
He says Drew shot first, and the man on the bike fell to the ground.
I'm assuming he got shot in his legs.
He says the man on the bike fired back and hit Blink.
Blink was running. He was like this, flagging me down.
He says Drew and the man on the bike ran off.
When you pull up in the van,
Right.
they got out of the van and you were just making sure everything was all right.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
They never said nothing about it. But I had that feeling like, oh, they finna try to rob me. I didn't know that nobody was gonna get shot or nobody was gonna die.
Did you think somebody was gonna get robbed?
Yes, I did.
When?
When they came and got me.
Did they offer you money?
Yes, that's why I was on the scene. Yes.
Stand by for a minute, we'll be right back. We need to go talk to our bosses. Yeah, in my mind, I thought they were gonna.
He overstepped, said, make sure they won. He's their backup. He knows.
Participated in the aggravated robbery. And since somebody died as a result of the aggravated robbery, he's looking at the murder.
For aggravated murder.
Drew starts this whole thing.
We got more than enough to get a warrant for Drew Danzy.
Yeah.
Looks up Drew in the database. 18-year-old Drew Danzy has no prior convictions.
Once we get the warrant signed, we'll get the Violent Fugitive Task Force to start looking for Drew.
As in SOA's next step is to identify the man on the bike so they can track him down.
Right now, our number one question is whether he's alive or not.
If he is alive, it could just be he doesn't want to come in because maybe he shot the victim.
That night, groups neighbors gather in his honor, determined to stop the violence in their community.
We don't want any more of our children going in the ground, and we don't want any more of our children going to jail. We can change this. I know we can change this.
The next morning, the Violent Fugitive Task Force starts the hunt for Drew Danzy.
It's on in the bedroom.
It gives the task force other addresses where Drew might be hiding. Over the next 5 hours, the team hits several more addresses. As the clock ticks away, Drew Danzy is nowhere to be found. In the first 48, Cleveland Homicide responded to the shooting of Derek Blink Henderson. Herb Blink may have been killed when he and his friends, Donzel Steele and Drew Danzy, tried to rob a man on a bike, arrested Donzel for aggravated murder, and searched for Drew Danzy without any luck. 3 weeks later, task force finally finds Drew Danzy.
Nate Sola. Ray Diaz.
How's it going?
Good night.
You know he had a warrant for arrest for homicide?
Yeah.
There's only one guy that can tell us the whole story and get exactly what happened and why it happened. You know who that is?
Me.
In Cleveland, Derek Blake Henderson was allegedly shot while committing a robbery with his friend, Drew Danzy. Detectives Nate Soa and Ray Diaz finally have Drew in custody. Now, they need him to talk.
Tell us what happened and your side of the story. We'd love to hear it. Because we have a lot of questions.
That's right, my lawyer here.
I think he kind of doesn't know how he could be charged with the murder of his friend, but he'll come. There's an exchange of gunfire and actually the intended victim ends up killing one of the robbery suspects.
Because it was determined the man on the bike shot back in self-defense, he won't be charged in Blink's death.
If it wouldn't have been for the initial actions of Steele, Henderson, and Danzy, their criminal act, Henderson would not have been killed. So that's the legal theory that Drew Danzy and Denzel Steele get charged with the murder of their friend.
It's just a shame that these guys are all friends. One of them's dead, and two of them are now gonna be going to jail.
Jesus. Lord God, we just thank you right now, Lord God, for you make no mistakes, oh God. Lord God, we just thank you right now, Lord God, for he's in a better place, Lord God. Lord God, we asking that you touch the family, Lord God. Friends and loved ones, Lord God. Surround his children with a shield. And Lord God, we calling on you this day, Lord God, to be our strength, our hope, and our comfort. Our
Call from Detective Summer Benton. She told me that there was a shooting inside of a boarding home. Looks like there's one victim right now. Once we get down there, we'll actually be able to see what's moving there. This is going to be my sixth case where I'm going to lead detective. Now, it's a heavy burden to try to figure out who took a life. But it is gratifying to know that you're actually trying to do the right thing and bring that person to jail.
Stand up first.
26-year-old Samuel Kurtz was known to his loved ones as Crockett. He was a mentor to his nieces and nephews and a devoted father to his two young boys.
So,
Search warrant still, they're doing the overall photographs right now. It's your searching.
okay. There you go. Inside, we found the victim laying on the floor. We also found 40 caliber shell casings.
And that's where the argument started.
And was arguing with the boyfriend of a woman who also lives in the boarding house.
Well, I told her, I said, you need to start running up behind this man like this.
A witness says the boyfriend was recently involved in a shooting incident at a nearby gas station.
He just shot up in the ear.
When was that? That was yesterday?
No, it's been about 3 or 4 nights ago.
All right, I appreciate it. That's some over there. Okay. Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? You actually see anything or anything or not?
The witness saw the man flee from the house moments after he heard shots ring out.
Don't lose my card. Don't. We got solid information. First name of Carlos. That's a boyfriend of one of the roommates that lives upstairs.
The woman is brought back to headquarters for questioning.
Whether she tells us who Carlos is or where he is, that's gonna be a different ballgame.
All right, this guy's name is Blackford.
This guy meaning Carlos.
Yeah. She said they were in the bed together.
her and Black Boy. They woke up this morning to this cat named Samuel, I guess that's your dead guy, banging on the door saying, bitch, you in my room? Who got my Zan? Who got my Zan?
The woman said the victim was accusing her of stealing Xanax from his room.
So now Black Boy and Samuel, they're having some kind of argument in the door. He's calling him all kind of back and forth. They're doing it back and forth. She claims that Black Boy was actually defending himself because Samuel pulled out this rifle first, which just don't sound right.
No rifle was found on the scene.
This is Detective Griffin. He's in charge. Tell this man what's up, okay?
Hi, Black Boy. Do you know his name?
I don't know.
How long have you all known each other?
In the street.
Okay, hang tight. I'm gonna step out just for a moment, and we're gonna come back. She's been in a relationship with this dude for 3 years. She's been teetering and not wanting to actually tell on old boy. So she's already acknowledged that he shot him. Downstairs giving her a cigarette and having one more talk.
Yes.
Talk.
Yes. How do you want this to go today? Because we told you you're not being held against your will. We asked for help in this homicide investigation. It's a homicide. Remember I told you what a homicide was? When one human kills the other. I need to make sure you're telling the 100% truth. You're caught up in it. It's too late. You're in it. And what's going on? Some guy that you've been dating or knowing for 3 years is a suspect in a homicide. Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is serious. This isn't like a dead cockroach. It's a human life. You have to tell the truth.
I don't know. It's still bad.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna turn you back over to Detective Griffin. He's in charge of what happens here.
But the game plan is trying to identify who Carlos is. In the interview with me and my partner and with Detective Quinn, she just kept saying that his name was Black Boy. Yeah, I did a narrative search first for Carlos, and I just put Westlake. A couple of people in the neighborhood said that this Carlos hangs out at the Shell gas station in Westlake.
Yeah.
So the good big guy, his name is actually Carlos, not Carlos. Carlos Stewart. And they told us that he had a dispute right there at that gas station. Detective Lowe was able to find out before. Carlos Stewart. I believe that's our boy.
38-year-old Carlos Stewart is a convicted felon with a history of drug-related arrests.
So what's the plan of action? How you want to handle it?
I want to go see that roommate that I spoke to. He said he'd be more than willing. If you have a photograph, he'd be like, I know exactly who he is.
Awesome work, man.
We'll go hit the streets. Great. Roommate actually identified Mr. Carlos Stewart as a young man that he saw run out of the house after the victim was shot. At this point, I think I do have enough to secure my warrant. This morning, I got a call that Carlos Stewart was in fact arrested. He said he wanted to talk to me. Yeah, I want to give you the opportunity to tell me what happened.
No, we ain't with it.
They don't got AK. He been banging with him. And screw old bitch, and good. Yeah, like that.
All right, back up from telling me this man is pointing at AK-47. He pointed at you. He telling you straight. That's not what happened. He ain't had no gun. I'm gonna tell you what I think happened. I think he did come at you and old girl like y'all stole something from him. And he probably did call you a little bitch or something. He probably came out of his mouth a little dumb. You probably assume, you probably think, but I know he got a gun in the house. And I know he talking all that mess. He had it. And he's still sticking with he had a gun, he had an AK-47 and he pointed it at me. I have any evidence that suggests that that actually happened. But he put himself there. He actually acknowledged that he did shoot him.
In this case, I just think it was two egos. They had an argument. One did like what the other one was saying. He just shot him. And I think it was just that simple.
What's the address to the emergency? Frank is south. We just had a emergency dropped off. Car dropped off. A gunshot wound to that head. And they're even off somewhere here. And he know why. They're looking for him.
I know we got a male victim that's been shot in the face. It happened at a hotel somewhere out east. Sounds like we've got at least one cartridge casing out there. I know there's video at that motel, so we'll see what we can get.
What Carl Lisa Baker thing? Was it C? Yeah. He is dead or is he brain dead?
Worked as a welder and was a proud father of a young daughter.
Let's see what this guy tells us.
Ritter questions the friend who took Cody to the hospital.
Well, Ben, I'm sure you're well aware of what's going on, right? I mean, you ended up driving Cody to the hospital, right? Okay. So when did you hook up with Cody today?
Before 7, I guess.
He says they were hanging out when Cody got a call.
Who was he talking to?
I don't know.
So
To the QT and
He says they picked up the caller from a gas station.
he gets in the back seat and he just asked me to be taken over to the Motel 6. And then pull up. Then Cody and the unknown dude get out and they're about to, get handshakes or whatever. You just hear it pop. I'm like, holy, I just took off with my doors.
He picked up a killer today. Are you hooked up in dope?
No, I'm not fucking dope.
Well, it's either dope, sex, money, drugs, or gang stuff.
Well, what I'm told is he's part of he was in the IMG, whatever that is.
Irish mob.
Yeah.
Cody?
Yes, yeah.
Shooter, I'm assuming since he's in your truck, you got to look at his face, right?
He had a bright green shirt on. And like they say, he called him a bro. Like that's what they call each other. And he had some tattoos right up here. I thought I seen a teardrop on the left side.
Right. So you guys went straight from there to the hospital.
Cody got shot. You know, I didn't know what else to do.
He says before going to the hospital, he drove to a friend's house to get directions.
I just bust in the door, run into a room, like, hey, Cody got shot, come on, hurry. And then head out to the hospital.
Why didn't you guys call 911?
What's the amazing thing about 911 is they send emergency vehicles to where you're at, and they know where all the hospitals are. He could have lived.
Did he die?
Why are we here?
Oh, he's holding back a little. IMG's Irish mob. I think most of it started in prison. I know they're active in Tulsa. They're definitely violent. And I wouldn't doubt if this was a hit. I'll pull it up real quick.
Ritter checks the victim's cell phone for the last incoming call.
Tears. There it is right there. Crandall, tears.
7-year-old John Crandall has been convicted of various felonies and has been in and out of prison since he was 19.
For sure, but he probably got jumped in with IMG in prison. That's how it happens with most of them. Yeah. Are you being serious?
He's actually a fireman of SIA, by Tulsa County.
Oh. We got to get an ID.
He's wearing a green shirt.
Crandall was arrested for trespassing less than 3 miles from the crime scene.
If you can't get an ID on that, man, you're done.
Ritter needs the witness to make a positive ID.
Six pictures here, okay? It's in your truck and it shot Cody may or may not be in here. Tell me if you see anybody you recognize.
That's a guy.
What'd you do today? What? Have you been to any QTs today?
QTs, sure I have. Somebody gave me a ride to keys.
Crandall admits that someone gave him a ride from the gas station in 6.
Who's the guy?
You might think I'm so foolish or whatever, but I don't really know, sir. I don't know why. You said some kind of shooting. I don't know why I'm here.
I told you when we were at the jail and we're investigating the shooting.
I didn't do nothing that anybody did. You shot your homeboy. I didn't shoot my phone. I did not shoot the homeboy.
You shot Cody. It's on camera. Right in the eye.
Cody, I did not shoot him, sir. Oh, I didn't.
So you want to tell me what went down?
I've seen that dude a day before my life.
Dude, he's Irish mob.
That dude is not Irish mob. That dude used to be Irish mob. He's not Irish mob no more.
Why isn't he Irish mob anymore?
I don't know. It could be a number of different things why you get kicked out of your game. And give an SOS on him.
What's SOS mean?
Smash on site, stab on site, whatever. I don't know what exactly what
You got an SOS out on me?
There's me, they take care of me whenever my family don't, you know, so I'm not gonna let y'all trick me into telling on myself about something I supposedly did.
You've already hinted to it, that he was doing some stuff that was not kosher with the gang. You're the guy that put out SOS, which is not stop on site, it's shoot on site. People are dying out here, dude. I don't know if that means anything to you, but it does to us, and it's gotta stop. If there's people giving you orders to do, then you need to tell us.
So I'm locked up on murder.
The only way it's gonna get better for you is if you tell me what happened and why you did it.
Like an attorney present, I'm not answering no more questions, sir. Trying to confuse me, it's not gonna work, man. I didn't hurt nobody.
To share when we were kids. I believe Cody got into a gang because he was lost. He always thought he had to be a part of something bigger, but he didn't want to be a part of it no more. He had a little girl. He wanted to have a life with his family. He didn't get to. Ready?
That's my daughter. She's 5. That's my grandson.
You have a grandson?
Yes.
I'm almost 40.
Oh, okay.
No kids. I haven't been blessed. With this job, it's hard to keep a man. Now, why in the world have you been sleeping underneath your wife's house?
I've been over my cousin's house. I went to my grandma's house. They didn't want me to be there. They said that it's a hard, fugitive, something like that. So, I go to my mom. I done did that so many times. I wore my mama out by these drugs. Wore her out. I tell her, Mom, this what just happened. And she said, this is not right.
Okay. What happened? Yeah. I saw. What's his name? Vincent Maris Sanders. Got in the head.
49-year-old Vincent Sanders was born and raised. He was a devout member of his local church.
All this up here. Big blood all through you.
And that's like some brain matter, like,
Oh, yeah. That's
yeah. It reeks of weed. Witness. She said there was a little party for a bunch of the neighborhood people. You want to get up from the truck and interview real quick?
Yeah.
How are you? I'm Detective Benson. We were here at the house tonight. Just tell me what happened.
You know, Jim happened before. And we started acting a fool. Yes, and we
Asked him to leave.
sorry against him.
Oh, right.
I got a shot.
Y'all call him Ballhead?
He was like, he's staring him out to die.
Okay, so Vince was escorting Cato out the door. Oh. How long have you known Cato? 30-something years. How long has Cato and Vince known each other?
He could be.
I'll be right back.
Fact is gonna be Kevin Darnell, Pate.
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
41-year-old Kevin Darnell Pate has convictions for assault, drug possession, and theft.
Apparently this is Cato. She's known for 30 years, so she's known by sight. See? Do you know how to get in touch with Cato? Okay. Thank you so much.
Brady Falls. He's 48.
Copy that. I'll call and get the case number.
Okay.
Vincent Sanders has passed away.
Okay. Murder. We need to find Cato as soon as possible. The guy sleeping in an abandoned house near where his wife lives. Hello, I'm Detective Benson. You, sir.
The truth of the matter is, I'll tell you, I won't turn myself in.
Well, what made you not do it?
Scared.
Okay. What happened?
I went to the house. This was a crack house. I mean, there's dope all the time. There's a lot of times I be older than them. So this particular day, when I come in the house, he said, "So you got my money yet? My rest of my money yet?" I said, "I got you, dog. I got you." He said, "I'll see you."
He says Vincent, also known as Baldhead, was working security for the dealer at the house.
Baldhead grabbed me by the phone.
Dealer handed Vincent a gun.
He grabbed the gun. And it get real, it get like a tussle thing.
And I seen it fall down to the ground. I picked it up. Had it already caught. So as soon as I grabbed it, he fell back. He fell back.
Now, how many times have they kicked you out and produced a handgun at the same time? But they've never shot you before?
No.
Okay. Now, when this incident happened, were you high?
Yes, I was. I shouldn't have myself.
Did you not turn yourself in because once you turn yourself in, the drugs are gone?
Yeah. That's the truth, right?
But you didn't want to miss the drugs.
I want to get high.
Well, everybody knows where there's drugs and guns, there's going to be violence, you know, but when people keep going back to these houses and they'll do anything to get their next time, this is how you may end up.
When the young man took Vincent's life, he destroyed something valuable. My son's life had purpose. This house here, I would love to see it turn into something positive, like a house of restoration. Restore all these people that it has destroyed.
Line 10, we're gonna walk this interstate, look for any kind of cases. Problem is, this is a major thoroughfare, it's an interstate, so these cases be smushed, kicked around to the grass. Casing right here is intact, perfect, it's one. Let's see what it is. Yeah, 7.62, AK-47. A guy with an assault rifle opens up on the interstate. It's madness. Let's see what's going on over here. See what this dude you gotta do?
Good thing. It doesn't mean kids.
There was kids in there?
Kid in the backseat. And I red hat passenger side. The bullets go through, looks like they go out the passenger door. Miss the passenger and the kids altogether.
Rifle rounds.
Yes, they did.
Right.
They want to.
I could just find out who was in the car, where they were sitting. Red hats on the passenger. And the kids got me all right there, 12-year-old left there. All right. Sad. He didn't see it coming. Damn. You know this, it could be your wife, your mom driving along there, catches a stray round, some idiot shooting into a car, lights in these
Was way, summertime.
Amazing. He actually has the actual shooting caught on video. Apparently on I-10, there's a guy driving his personal car, had a dash camera in his vehicle. Okay, well, just sit tight by there. We'll head that way, okay? It's amazing. I mean, of all the people who passing by, the guy who has a recorder in his car happened to come out at the exact moment the guy has a shooting. I mean, it's pretty important. That video could be the case-solving thing. Appreciate it, man. You coming back, that's great. Thanks so much.
No problem. Can I just give you this thumb drive, sir, and you can copy paste it on there? Actually amazing.
Super good. Serious video, man. Is that in front of you?
Wait, movie magic.
Usually I put things in the back. Oh, stuff.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, he slowed up, he's looking. It's crazy, man. Alright, so here we got suspect vehicle, victim vehicle in the far right, driver's pickup. Red vehicle center lane, you see he's gonna activate his brakes as he hits up this victim vehicle Malibu. Watch, boom. Look at your passenger, it slows up. You hear a series of like 8 to 10 shots, it could be more or less, and the perpetrator vehicle flees.
It's a new model Hyundai Sonata. It's your birth vehicle.
Yeah, no plate. Oh, wait. That's gonna be some sort of tag kind of laying down on the back deck. An actual paper tag.
It's gotta be a rental. It looks like a rental car.
Crystal clear. I mean, we definitely know what the vehicle is. It's way too early in the investigation, but this is huge. Dan, come follow me real quick. I have the adult passenger that was in the front seat of the vehicle at the time of the incident. He's claiming he didn't know or see anything. We believe that that's not exactly truthful. So we're going to try and talk to him now and see if his story changes.
So I looked at my same shot and then I started running still, but confused. And then I'm trying to cover them and grab still at the same time. I don't know what shots means. So I'm really driving like this, okay. So I see the reason my head. I'm just saying, like, if I hear those gunshots, I'm sorry, at least looking around and see where they coming from and then get down at the same time.
Yeah, you really have a huge problem with that. These kids almost got murdered. I got a huge problem with that.
So I don't care if I'm just saying, for instance, you're involved in something and somebody's out to get you. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and take this lightly that 2 kids almost got murdered tonight by a rifle. It's messy. It's not right. You see where I'm coming from?
Man, I promise you, I won't move. Any information that did that, what you gonna do then? Any information that did, I don't know what was true, I can't do it.
Got murdered and you sitting here talking to me like this. Come on. I had to get out of there, bro. My phone was spoiling. I'm done too. He's not talking. But the truth will come out soon enough because we got video. And we'll start putting the pieces together. Yeah, what's that? Wait, what's that? Rims like the civic green. I didn't even do that. The vehicle was just abandoned. It's definitely a perpetrator vehicle. There's obviously a 2015 Sonata. There's a temp tag there, which is what we saw with no plate. So rent a car through Enterprise. So that's going to be one in the same vehicle. Trying to place an individual in the car. And so working management on that. There's going to be DNA all over. It's not ballistic evidence, so all these little things build up into something big. So hopefully I had that going for me. Thanks for Hey, how you doing? Oh, so you did get a hit on that. This a CODIS match and assistance in the DNA that was obtained from the whole suspect vehicle. One prime suspect's in jail for another case related to the homicide. A non-fatal shooting that occurred, 2 bystanders knew him. I don't have somebody place them in the car. Without an eyewitness, it's pretty tough. But see what these guys say. This is in reference to a homicide investigation that happened I-10 East at Reed Boulevard. You may have heard about it. My thing is I want to give you the opportunity, if you want to say your piece. I mean, is there anything you wish to tell me about that day? One nice thing of invoking his rights. That totally expected him not to talk. I mean, it's a murder investigation. Obviously, motive goes a long way if you can establish some sort of relationship between the killer and the victim, but sometimes we don't get that. Several cases where I still to this day don't know why. But he's in jail right now. Everything's coming together. I still need more, but it's definitely building into something.
For homicide detectives, the clock starts ticking the moment they are called.
Somebody killed him this morning. Looks like he ended up on the short end of the gunfight.
The door comes open and they start shooting.
This is homicide 101 right here.
Their chance of something is kind of half. He's still found to do a murder if they don't get a lead. Within the first 48 hours.
If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all.
p.m. in Miami's Little Haiti. From a rooming house, a frightened woman dials 911.
Hello? They have a shoot. They have what? Come on, the shooter. They have calm down so you can tell me the address. What's the address? No, what's the address?
When patrol arrives, they find a man shot dead in his apartment.
Neighborhood's hot, baby. I'm not talking about the weather either.
41-year-old Detective Fernando Bye has worked Miami homicide for over 2 years.
I get tense, I get pumped up on my way to a homicide. What evidence you gonna find on the scene? What do you have? Those are the things that get to your heart.
Your homicide detective Leo Tabanez joins Bosch at the scene.
Are these the stairwells to the upstairs? That, my friend, is the stairway to heaven. Black male. Let's see, he's shot right here in the chest.
Do we have a name for him yet?
The victim, 53-year-old David Pottinger, was known in the neighborhood as Dread. A gun is found next to the victim.
Right, yeah, it's a .380 caliber.
CSI finds 2 shell casings outside the victim's door.
That's .380 auto on this one. Yeah, 2 shooters, 2 guns. Exchange of gunfire. Looks like he ended up on the short end of the gunfight. There's some drugs on the nightstand, but I don't know if, this is enough to make it a hit. Hopefully, if one of the other guys got shot too and go to the hospital or something with a gunshot wound.
Detectives find a man who was in the rooming house at the time of the shooting. The lead, Bosch must find those 2 women to see who or what they were winning.
Slowly bled out the back of this.
Meanwhile, in a neighborhood less than 10 miles away, in Miami's Little Havana, a passerby stumbles on a grisly sight. A man rolled up on the sidewalk, dead.
My unshined shoes. You're gonna film my unshined shoes.
Emiliano Tamayo is one of Miami's most experienced homicide detectives.
I get a thrill out of it, to be honest with you. And the harder the case, the bigger the thrill. I guess I'm like a homicide junkie.
Tamayo's partners, Detectives Irvin Ford and rookie Kevin Ruggiero, are already on the scene.
Tell me what we got.
Oh, around 5:30, a woman who they believe is a prostitute screamed. Later had been shot once in the back.
The victim lying there was going through the dumpster because of a blood show. He ends at the dumpster here and leads over to where the body is final resting place.
The fact that he was going through a dumpster makes me think he's a homeless guy.
SI searches for evidence, such as footprints or bullet casings.
It's pretty common to a homeowner in a neighborhood like this, old Cuban towns.
Everything right now is, and everybody's a suspect. Tap that rear pocket. See if he's got an ID. Yeah. It just sets us back. That was a nasty powder burn. It's really good.
Yeah, it's a near contact gunshot wound right below his right shoulder blade. Definitely got lung damage. So people like that, they bleed to death and they choke on their own blood.
That's how he spent the last few moments of his life.
Pretty crappy way to go. Pardon, Madre? I'm sorry, mother. Sorry. Yeah. Right now, what we need to do is we need to get his fingerprints. We need to find out who he is and go notify the family.
The Meyer knows that unless he can ID the victim, he'll never solve this case.
No casing, no witnesses. I bet you to say it's gonna be a whodunit.
Picks up the victim's fingerprints and takes them to the latent print lab.
You take the card and scan it into an automated fingerprint identification system.
APHIS comes back with 5 potential names. The latent examiner must match them by eye. He's 41-year-old George Salgado.
Give me the good news. Be great to ask them who killed you. You know? One of the duties of being a grasshopper is that you must drive, constantly drive the senior guy around.
3 possible addresses. You gotta go out and notify the next of kin.
Meyer and Ruggiero hope one of these addresses will produce a family member who can give them a lead.
It goes from 10861 to 10871, and we're looking for 10865. Yeah, it's gonna be a bad address.
Residence actually looks kind of abandoned. All the addresses from previous arrests, tickets, handing out.
If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. All right, we struck out, buddy.
Till we find a family member that can help us see what this person is all about. We're just going in circles, basically.
Right now, our enemy is not the person that shot this man. Our enemy right now is the clock.
I may have an explanation why he has so many addresses and none of them led us to anybody in particular. It turns out that our victim came in 1980 with the Mario boat lift, and there were some forms that he filled out when he came in, and he felt that he didn't have any relatives.
So he came over from Cuba, like me and my family.
They got in trouble. 3 arrests.
Didn't he have one cocaine or something?
This was 10 years ago. He had a rock, a cracked rock.
With no family member to notify, detectives decide to return to the crime scene to canvass a second time.
The streets of Miami are very tough. My father left Cuba in 1960. 2 years later, we came over. It was tough for us, and we arrived as a family unit. My victim, George, I can only imagine how it must have been for him. New country, new language, and alone in Miami. Shake the bushes, because we're not getting any love here.
11 hours in, Mayo finally gets a break.
Any word on the street as to who did it?
Yeah.
Meaning,
This is very big. When you can get even a nickname, it's a start.
Like,
They have a potential suspect.
It's not much of a start, but nonetheless, it's a start.
Actually, is all we got to go on right now.
Information. Hermione starts searching the streets.
Homicide 101 right here. You got nothing, you make it happen. You pound these streets, you get a rapport with people. All this case really needs is just one lucky break. Hey, how you doing? Have you seen this guy before in this area? Okay. Somebody killed him this morning. They shot him like this morning. Yeah, on the other side of the bridge. You gotta understand, these are people that have a habit. They're not out here by choice. I can relate. I got a habit. I smoke cigarettes, and I know how difficult that is for me to quit. Sir, can I speak to you for a minute? Papa, how you doing? You okay? You seen this guy? Somebody killed him this morning. Oh, yeah. You don't know if he had any family or anything. I'm so wrong. See myself. Okay, nombre did you know? Flaco. Yeah, man. Everybody out here on this side of the bridge knows him.
George Salgado's identity is finally beginning to take shape. He lived on the street. He was a drug addict. He was a loner.
I see the expression on the people's faces. If this guy was a robber or if he stole people's dope, they tell you flat out, yeah, I know him. He's a piece of crap. But everybody here is saying the guy never messed with nobody. Guy's a good guy.
At the end of the night, Amayo makes one last stab to find a family member.
There's a market where I generally buy my cigarettes. This guy, the manager of the store, he's been there for years. He knows all these guys. He knows everything that moves here.
Ford and Ruggiero meet Amayo at the store.
Can you remember last scene of here? Between 2 and 3. Between 2 and 3 in the morning? Did you read his wife? His wife? He come here all the time, they come and go, and then she's a nice twinkle girl. Give you my cell phone number.
This is huge. It changes everything. It explains to me why George doesn't have much of a criminal history and why he's so clean. Obviously, somebody's been taking care of him.
With this twist in the investigation, detectives are left reeling. Maybe the victim's wife will be able to tell them who Peanut is and why he wanted George Salgado.
The victim's wife.
In Haiti, Detective Fernando Bosch is working the murder of David Red down in a rooming house. Now, detectives have learned 2 women were spotted running from the scene seconds after the shooting.
Okay, you got it.
8 hours in, Bosch gets a break. The 2 women come forward. Happiness takes them to the station for questioning. One of the women admits that she and her friend were with Dredd that afternoon.
And just say, oh, there's nobody inside in there.
His gun was under the pillow, and he grabbed it on the soil and the.
In the claims there was a young man standing in the doorway.
In there, get ready to do your business. That's when the heavy banging on the door. The victim gets the gun, cracks the door open. The guy pushes the gun through. He starts trying to push the door closed, and somehow the door comes open and they start shooting.
Detectives speculate on possible motive.
Somebody finds out that the victim has a stash of dope inside the house and they hit it, and that's it.
The shooter never goes into the apartment.
Well, I'm sure because they didn't expect maybe the victim to start shooting back.
It's a huge lead.
And the fight happened when? Okay, what's the guy's name? Okay. According to the victim's wife, Fred, the victim, had an argument with this guy that lives across the hall by the name of Maury. A long shot, but he's coming in.
In the murder of George Salgado, the search for an elusive suspect nicknamed Peanut continues. Detective Emiliano Tamayo has finally tracked down the victim's next of kin, his estranged wife.
We feel real bad about what happened.
George Salgado's wife knows nothing about the murder and has never heard of Peanut. George has other family members in Miami, a grandmother, a brother, and a 7-year-old daughter.
The victim's wife gave us a photograph of George with his daughter. They split up about a year ago, and he's been living in the streets ever since. About once a week, his wife loads up the little girl in the van, looks for him, he gets in the van, and it gives him some time to bond with the little girl. She then drops him off and doesn't see him.
38 hours into the first 48, Tamayo gets the tip he's been waiting for.
The kid that I know referred to as Peanut before is a kid by the name of Giovanni. He has a house on the north side of the street.
All right, brother.
Well, take care.
Thank you.
The next morning, Tamayo and Rogero race out to the address used by their lead suspect, Giovanni, aka Peanut.
It's gonna be interesting if he's missing in action, right? Kind of tells us something.
When's the last time you saw Giovanni?
The second I didn't know. Last time I seen him. One murder. Oh.
I guess I'm hoping for a miracle at this point.
In the first 48, a dead man was found shot in Little Havana. Tamayo ID'd the victim through fingerprints as Cuban immigrant George Salgado learned that he was a drug addict who lived on the streets, but had a wife and family. Detectives discovered the name of a potential suspect, but Peanut is nowhere to be found. 6 days after the murder, Tamayo turns to the victim's grandmother and brother for help.
Que tiene su madre en Cuba, o sea, mi
El deber mío y la obligación mía es encontrar la persona que le quitó la vida.
eso es lo que nos sucede.
Si nosotros no vamos delante de una cámara de televisión y decimos, hace falta que la comunidad nos ayude.
What was that? To appear on TV.
My name is Abner Moreno Blanco. My brother has a daughter who will never see her father again. All I ask is our community try to help us to find this murder.
I know for a fact that somebody out there knows something. Maybe this will get them to pick up the phone and give us some help.
Patrols continue their hunt for Peanut, still their only lead.
Maybe Peanut isn't that. Maybe not. So we can get him in here and talk to him.
In Miami, Detective Fernando Bosch is investigating the murder of David Dredd Pottinger. According to the victim's wife, Dredd recently had an argument with a neighbor across the hall. Detectives need to find out if this argument led to murder. Maury has come into the station. He agrees to cooperate with police. Maury has an alibi. Dredd was killed at 1 p.m. But Maury says his 17-year-old son, Smitty, was at home the day of the murder. He was friends with Dredd. Maury says Smitty left for Atlanta that afternoon to see his mother.
Yeah, give me the name.
The detectives focus their investigation on Maury's son, Smitty.
He's skinny and he's short. You catch him with a gun that fired a deadly shot. Oh, there he is. The description that I got of the shooter from one of the girls that was inside, short male, young looking. His son. His son.
Or I asked my boss to go to Atlanta. Please make sure I'm on the right track.
Detective Bosch needs to see if one of the girls from the scene recognizes Smitty.
All the pictures, and do you recognize anybody? Take your time.
Witness ID Smitty out of a photo lineup.
Okay, about how soon before the shooting did you see him there? Great.
The witness claims Smitty knocked on Dredd's door and asked for a cigarette just minutes before the shooting.
Good deal. Looks like we're going to Atlanta. This kid was there 3 minutes before the murder. Maybe he saw something he shouldn't have, and he got scared. If not, he might just be our suspect. Merging to I-85 toward I-75 North Atlanta. I don't know why, but I got a funny thing going on.
Sergeant Carlos de los Santos and Detective Fernando Bosch head to Atlanta to determine if Smitty is a witness or a suspect.
647 supposed to take. It's right here, man. It's right here. This guy's not lost. You know, this guy does not know how to drive. If I was driving, we probably would have been there already.
That's funny. That's very funny.
After checking in with Atlanta police, Bosch and De Los Santos reach out to Smitty's mother.
It's ringing.
Smitty's mother answers the phone.
How you doing? I'm Detective Bosch for the City of Miami. How are you? Good. I needed to speak with you and your son. Okay, I'll tell you what. Go to the Fulton County Police Department. I'll meet you there.
Bosch and Los Santos joined Agent Eric Gravett and Detective Mark Smith at headquarters.
Right. So this guy that we're going to talk to just happened to knock on the victim's door just prior to the
murder.
To the murder.
It's a very good sign. He's guilty. 7 p.m. Back in the Little Havana neighborhood, 911 gets a frantic call from a woman.
Yes, so that was 1660. All right, yes, I'm en route.
6 weeks after the death of George Salgado, Detective Emiliano Tamayo was called back to Little Havana for a new case. Already on the scene is rookie detective Kevin Ruggiero.
We have his daughter comes home today to see her mom. There's no one from the door. She hasn't been able to get a hold of her in a couple of days. As soon as the foul order comes from inside, so she decides to kick in the door.
Slow breath. You're excited, you're upset, and you're breathing fast.
His daughter had been trying to get in touch with her mother for the past 3 days.
Inside in the mother's bedroom, she's the mother sitting upright. That room's to the neck. We're gonna go ahead and get a warrant.
Even though they could see the body in the apartment, Tamayo and Ruggiero can't legally enter without a search warrant.
The victim's name's gonna be Maria Barbara Cardenas.
41-year-old Maria Cardenas was a single parent with 2 daughters. She moved to Miami to be closer to her family.
Right now, we're waiting for a warrant in order to go inside the house. We're gonna work this as long as it takes, and we're gonna catch the person that did this. I can't even imagine what this family is feeling right now. It's a dream. I just had my first grandkid. Can't imagine what the victim's daughter and her children are going through. I would be devastated.
2 hours in, Ruggiero heads back to the station with the victim's daughter to find out if she knows anyone who would have wanted to harm her mother.
How you doing, man? To the jacket, in case, because I know it's kind of cold in here. She's the only one that's going to have any information for us. So it's my job at this point to comfort her and try and get as much information out of her as possible. I'm going to need to ask you some questions, and I really just need you to have a clear mind. She's very emotionally distraught. I'm going to give you some time to just kind of gather your thoughts.
"5 hours since the homicide. They need a warrant to enter the crime scene as soon as possible.
If we go in there and obtain anything without this warrant, later on, we're not gonna be able to use it in trial. Unfortunately, this puts a damper in it, but there's no way around it.
Detective Fernando Bosch is investigating the Miami murder of David Dredd Pottinger. Bosch and Sergeant Carlos de los Santos went to Atlanta to talk to Smitty, a 17-year-old neighbor of the victim who suddenly left town after the shooting. As the first 48 comes to an end, detectives wait to question Smitty.
Mario, what's up, man? Okay, well, yeah. Our guy we've been looking for all day just got here. He's our main suspect now. We'll talk to him, see what he. gotta say, you know, his whereabouts and what he doing all that.
Did you see him at all that day that he got killed? Yeah. See with anybody?
Smitty admits to being in the rooming house the day of the murder, but he says he did not knock on Dred's door.
Were you cut in any way that day and maybe some of your blood fell on the floor?
Yeah.
Because of the fight, Smitty's mother came to Miami the day of the murder to pick up her son.
Why time did Bob come pick up?
Smitty confirms he left the apartment house an hour before the shooting.
Control for a minute, say, grab moving, saying stuff, you know, put it on my hip, whatever. Anyway.
He was trying to get the victim's attention because it happened just outside the victim's window, and he started hitting this glass.
So I just started hitting the window, the antique window, knocked two of them out.
And there was evidence on the scene of the broken glass and stuff, so I have to believe him.
And that's it, and I left and called my mom.
You know, I had a wrong impression of this kid, you know, sounds very honest, doesn't have any bullet holes, and you know, we gotta verify some things that he's told us, but overall, I think he's telling us the truth. Very frustrated right now. And, you know, you talk to this guy hoping to get some information, hoping that maybe, you know, he's the offender, and no luck.
In the first 48, Miami detective Fernando Bosch and his team found David Dred Pottinger shot in his apartment, learned from two female witnesses that the offender was a young man, discovered that the neighbor's son, Smitty, left town the day of the murder, tracked down Smitty in Atlanta, where they learned he was not an offender or a witness.
Sucks, man. I'm frustrated that this guy was such a possible suspect.
But this kid, how he's not a witness, he's not an offender, we can concentrate our efforts somewhere else.
In Little Havana, detectives Emiliano Tamayo and Kevin Ruggiero have discovered Maria Cardenas stabbed to death in her home. 6 hours down, the detectives finally have a warrant for their crime scene.
Come on, let's rock and roll.
The CSI team enters the apartment first, marking the evidence before the scene is contaminated.
The years and countless victims, I can never get used to this. To see what a human being can do to another human being.
There's some blood in the sink. The water's still running, so it's an attempt to wash. Hi, Dr. Lou. How are you? Good to see you.
Dr. Emma Lou arrives at the crime scene. She uncovers some surprising information.
Dr. Lou, we have a gunshot wound, I understand. You have me intrigued there.
She has two types of injuries on her. One is a sharp force injury, which consists of what looks like two stab wounds in the left shoulder area, but she has a definite gunshot wound to the head that it looks like the gun is fired within 2 to 3 feet.
Two different weapons then. Kind of tells you a lot. Based on the interpretation of the crime scene, this is not a random act. This is premeditated. It's a personal attack. He wasn't gonna mess around. He wanted her dead.
I really need you to kind of think about any type of answers you can provide me with that are gonna help us all out. Okay?
The daughter reveals that her mother had a boyfriend who moved in with her just 2 months ago.
He would hit her. He was
Yeah, okay. He's missing from the crime scene. He's been abusive to her mother.
Ruggiero and Tamayo have their main suspect, Antonio Pontes.
We're going balls to the wall until we get Antonio in this office. That's down.
Detectives head to the home of Antonio's ex-wife.
Él salió hace 10 meses de la cárcel.
¿Por qué?
Vendía droga, pero fue en otro estado.
He did 18 years, Providence, Rhode Island for trafficking.
So he was in.
Yeah, he just recently got out 10 months ago.
Where is he at now?
She doesn't know. She said she last saw him about 3 weeks ago. And she told him that she didn't want anything else to do with him. And last time she heard, he was living with some Mexican woman. Ese señor no encontramos muerto hoy. Tommy no hay por ningún lado.
Teléfono, algo.
Está en la cajita.
Ahí tiene un celular. He's got a 7. He's got the phone off. Phone off.
Antonio's had plenty of time to flee. If the team doesn't find him soon, he may be gone for good.
Our objective today is to go out and locate this guy wherever he's at. Hey, Leo, listen, we're looking for this guy. One way or another, we're gonna find him.
I still got a couple of CIs out there. Maybe put some feelers out, see how it goes.
Female shot one time. This is the living boyfriend. Hunters.
This name sounds very familiar.
If anyone calls with any information on him, hit me on the cell phone and I'll come back in. All right?
Seems very familiar.
With 11 hours down, Tamayo and Ruggiero.
We'll be part of the car. Carrying the weights.
It's crucial at this point that we get this guy before he gets away.
Have you seen this guy? No. Guys over there, Antonio Pontes. Antonio Pontes. That's what I'm saying. Think up, they're gonna need it. He's in town. We'll find him.
Hello. Namayin, what's up, bro?
What's up, Bush?
That how much you guys are working? Yeah. I might know where your offender is, bro.
You do?
Yeah. Come over to the station, man.
So he's got something important to share with us. They might know whereabouts this guy.
Let's go up here and see what the detective Bosch has got.
Told you this name sounded familiar. Check this out. What's your boy?
Oh, yeah, there it is, him.
This guy committed suicide.
Tamayo and Ruggiero learned that Pontes's body was found early this morning, just 5 miles from the crime scene.
You got a revolver on that scene?
Yeah. Pressure done right there. The gun was found still in his hand. You can see here in this picture, the trigger finger is still marked. That's an indication that he shot himself.
How ironic.
14 hours into the investigation, the case is closed.
He's in custody. Devin. At some point, I've been writing his name in the offender box, but I never thought it would end this way. We solved our case, but it's a bittersweet ending. We were looking forward to getting him into the interview room and getting some answers as to why he killed her, but all those answers he took to the grave.
Some nights call for the grandest of stages. Other nights for something more special. Because sometimes the best seats aren't in the house. Introducing the 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium concert sound, a world-class venue wherever your journey takes you. Visit Daly City Mitsubishi today. For homicide detectives, the clock starts ticking the moment they are called.
He's been in here for probably about a month. Look right there.
It's a solving a murder is cut in half.
I don't think Sonny's there. I know Sonny's there.
If they don't get a link
There's blood right there.
within the first 48 hours.
What's right there?
In Alabama, 6 p.m. A motorist changing a flat tire calls 911.
Yes, ma'am. You got the exit. I had a flat tire. I worked and found the body in the ditch. I can't believe it.
Officers respond and find the badly decomposed body of a man in the drainage pit on the side of the highway.
And towels said they found a decomposing body up on the interstate. Me and Sergeant Knott that had went in the same area 3 to 4 weeks ago, looking for a Hispanic male that was supposed to be missing. We searched the woods, the banks and all, and was unable to find him.
8-year homicide detective Jerry Williams will lead the investigation.
If this is the guy that we're looking for, we're a month behind on this case. It's gonna be a hard case. Straight down that path right there, down in the drainage ditch down there. Badly decomposed.
The body has already been transported to the coroner's office to determine the cause of death.
You smell him real good. Will be a guy that had been missing.
Garcia had moved to Birmingham from Georgia 2 years ago. He worked as a day laborer.
Say. Basically, that's how you did. We found it.
With no evidence on the scene, Williams heads back to homicide to review the missing persons report filed a month earlier by a friend of the victim.
And Martin Rodriguez reported the victim Leo missing.
According to Martin, he and Leo picked up a homeless man in Leo's truck. While driving on the highway, the man tried to rob them.
He pulled off side of the road. The guy jumped off and Leo chased after him but never came back.
Looks up Martin in the police database.
All bogus, everything he's given us.
Gerardo wasn't with the victim when he disappeared. He was with Martin at the police station when he filed the missing persons report.
We'll have to track him down first thing in the morning.
And Marcel Walker head out to talk to the other friend listed on the report, Gerardo.
There it is. Hey, bud. You want to go inside? Hey, let's go inside and sit at the table. Table, if that's all right. Name's Leo, right? Is that who's missing?
Yeah. Leo from the same town in Mexico. And I let him stay in my house. He brought a basket with clothes, with shoes, with blankets. And then he left and he started doing his own things.
Who do you know this other guy that's wedding? You know his name?
It's 3 p.m.
Live in Charlotte because it's a big city with a small town feel.
Detective Bo McSwain, a 10-year Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department veteran.
Sure. War. Say.
Everybody still with the victim's girlfriend?
The victim's girlfriend, who lives in the apartment, has already been taken to homicide for questioning.
Yeah, like.
Victim, victim.
Is 27-year-old German McJunkins, known as Jeremy. He has an 8-month-old daughter and a 2-year-old son.
I'm suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. Got one here, here. There are a lot. There's a rifle caser.
CSI finds 8 shell casings from an assault rifle near the victim.
They were after him.
While McSwain and Detective Miguel Santiago continue to process the crime scene, detectives at headquarters will interview the victim's girlfriend.
She was staying at the apartment that he was located at.
Detective Tim Purdy, originally from Michigan, has been with the Charlotte Mecklenburg PD since 1994. Purdy and assault detective Gene Wassenaar speak with the girlfriend.
Tell me what happened.
According to the girlfriend, earlier in the evening, Jeremy had gotten into an altercation with a group of men.
For my phone, I used to jump that board, start filming. And then I was bam, 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 bam. And when I opened up the back door, he was laying right there.
Did he ever say specifically who he got into it with?
I heard just lovely driving green cars.
You got a minute?
Purdy briefs McSwain about possible suspects driving a green Ford Taurus.
Oh, wow. Okay. Got a vehicle description.
McSwain notifies the gang unit to be on the lookout for a green Taurus.
They come up so quick.
Have you ever bought an expensive bottle of designer perfume, only to find out the scent just isn't for you? Microperfumes.com allows you to try 100% genuine perfumes and colognes in sample and travel sizes. With over 500 authentic fragrances in stock and prices starting at just 99 cents, you can experience a world of fragrance like never before. Visit microperfumes.com today.
Do you have any idea what's going on up there? The green photos.
The 4 men inside the car claim that they've come back to the crime scene to clear their names. And agree to go to headquarters for questioning.
Vehicle pulled up doesn't surprise me, because a suspect will sometimes stick around and attempt to learn what we know. Who knows if they're involved or not? Detective Purdy is going to interview the guys back at the station. See what they have to say.
The 4 occupants of the green Ford Taurus in the database.
I found all 4 of the guys in our system. We'll go talk to the driver of the green Ford Taurus that showed back up. Seeing they're down here voluntarily, they can leave at any time that they want to, but hopefully we can get them to give us their side of the story.
I'm Detective Purdy. Detective Addy. So you came down here voluntarily. You now understand that you're not on.
Yes, sir. Came back up there volunteer.
Okay.
And Jerry said, on the phone.
The fact that people are calling your phone, it sounded to me like the streets have passed judgment.
I understand what you're saying.
And you're free to go. I mean, we can't hold you. Like I said, we'd rather talk to you tonight.
Yeah, well, you called me.
So he's gone. Yeah. I would not give him time to sit there and think too long.
And Detective Dave Abbott turned to another man from the Gleaning Taurus.
I'm Detective Abbott, this is my partner, Detective Burns.
Malik El Amin also declines to speak to detectives. All 3 men leave homicide. The one remaining passenger is 26-year-old Sonny Sammons.
We got 1 guy left, Sonny. You know, we just need something. We need something to link these guys to this crime. These guys want to leave right now. We don't have enough to hold them. Okay. Thank you.
McSwain and his team look for evidence linking at least one of the men to the scene.
To pick up any clue that may have left. Circle right there? Yeah.
It's a big shit trade.
Birmingham detective Jerry Williams is investigating the murder of 21-year-old Leo Garcia, reported missing 1 month earlier. Williams tracked down a friend of the victim, hoping he knows more about the man who reported Leo missing.
Some guy with, you know his name? He said his name was, you ever heard the name Martin Rodriguez?
No. Gerardo says Martin is not the man's real name.
You need to find him because he's got a lot of stuff he needs answered.
Gerardo agrees to lead Williams to the apartment where the man lives with his girlfriend.
There are some things that just go better together. Then there's things that would be better combined, but haven't been. Until now. Introducing Business Essentials, a powerful combination of checking and card payment processing from US Bank, which means you get quick access to the money you've earned and unlimited digital transactions with no monthly maintenance fee checking. Business Essentials helps make managing your business easier. That's the...
Hey, what? It's pointing more and more toward me.
Police! Police! I'm Detective William.
Williams asks if she knows where her boyfriend is.
Working on that right now. That's what I want, homicide. Yeah, somebody that, here. Leo. You said? Yeah. The next question. This is 20. Did you and Leo ever date? You sure? Yeah, but that'd be nothing to push a man over the edge. You know? Yeah, he's put his hands on you before, hadn't he?
Williams looks up the record of the man calling himself Martine.
See what he looks like. That's him. Oh, look, every time he got arrested, he gave a different name. A knife to her throat. Because she looked at another man. Hey, Leo was stabbed at least 9 times in the left front shoulder area. Looking at the stab wounds on the victim, and I think the victim was stabbed inside the truck. That truck may be my crime scene. We'd like to find the truck. Maybe he's still driving it.
6 hours later, a tip leads Williams to find his person of interest at his girlfriend's apartment and brings him into headquarters. He no longer has the victim's truck, which was repossessed 3 weeks earlier. Williams is accompanied by an officer fluent in Spanish.
Tiene el derecho de permanecer en silencio. Usted tiene el derecho de consultar a un abogado.
Yo quisiera que tuviera el abogado aquí.
With a lawyer?
Sí, porque
Tú quiero abogado primero. No hablo más, ¿ok?
This will end this interview at 39.
The next day, Williams finds the victim's truck at the dealership and has it impounded.
Going to meet with Alabama State Forensics. They're going to illuminate the vehicle that the suspect and victim was in the night of the incident. Luminol has a reactionary glow when it touches blood. I hope it lines up like a Christmas tree. It shows a lot of blood. Open the passenger side now, we can find some blood, at least it match up to the victim. That'd be great. But if it is, that means he got stabbed in the passenger side of that truck.
Did you see this
Yeah.
Investigators find several cut marks on the ceiling of the truck.
There's something definitely happening in this truck. There's blood right there.
Back seat's got some.
Yeah. It's got red all over it, don't it?
Forensic scientists remove fabric containing traces of blood spatter.
He was stabbed several times, so it makes sense that there's gonna be blood everywhere.
They prepare to luminol the truck, hoping to find blood evidence invisible to the naked eye.
All right, go ahead and turn the lights off.
you ready? Here we go, you ready?
Let's see, right, it's glowing. That's how it goes. We gotta get the lights back on. When the blood in the truck and all the inconsistencies, they have enough to obtain a arrest warrant. I'd just like to know why this happened.
In the first 48, Detective Jerry Williams was called to the murder of Leo Garcia, missing by a man calling himself Martin. Williams learned that Martin lied to the police on the missing persons report. He was brought in for questioning, but refused to talk. After finding blood in the victim's truck, Williams arrested this man for murder. Now Williams is heading back to talk to the man's girlfriend.
He's in the city jail. I don't know yet. I'm gonna present all the evidence I got.
We need to figure out exactly
What did he have that night?
She says Leo and her boyfriend went out to meet up with a third man that night, Luna Rocha. Hours later, her boyfriend returned alone and told her what had happened.
Tell me what he told you about Luna.
He told her they had gone to confront Luna about money he allegedly owed Leo. Leo attacked Luna with a hammer, and when Luna jumped out of the truck, Leo chased him.
Where's Luna at now? I'm going to see them.
The next morning, Luna Rocha is brought into headquarters.
There was an incident happened last month over on the interstate. There's a fellow that's died.
Okay.
Some fellows in a white truck said they come to your house, picked you up, and that you owed this guy $70.
Williams shows Luna a picture of the victim.
You never seen this fellow before in your life?
Mecklenburg Homicide Team is working the murder of Jeremy McJillians. Detectives have questioned 3 men. A 4th man remains at homicide. Now, detectives have discovered a footprint at the scene of the crime.
Listen, it's our shooter, bro. It's even got an emblem on it. Let's see if I can go pick it. Here.
Detectives notice a distinctive wavy tread mark and what appear to be letters in the shoe print. They head back to homicide with a photo.
Suspect left the station. Take the shoe print, collect it back, and try to match it to his shoe, a long shot.
See the letters? Is that the shoe? Oh, my goodness. That's our suspect shoe right there.
And found at the scene appears to match Sonny's shoe and gives the team enough to arrest him.
Give us a shooter, tells us he's out there.
But to have enough probable cause to arrest the other three men, they need Sonny to talk.
Now she got her to charge him with conspiracy to murder. Now you got reason to do it.
I'm gonna go back in and talk to Sonny. He really doesn't have much of a record at all, and that may work to our benefit. I really need him to put the other three guys there at the scene.
You know why you're down here tonight? I'm not having a mess, so where can I go?
You're telling me you were not behind those apartments tonight, or last night? No, sir. You know, we don't normally deal with what people tell us. We deal with, physical evidence that we have on the scene, okay? And your shoes matches the shoe print that's out there on that scene. I don't think Sonny's there. I know Sonny's there. He's not. How do you explain that shoe print in your shoe there? I told you. And ain't nothing gonna change about what I've seen. Okay. You change anything. So now I'm arrested for murder. For murder? Murder. We can put you out there at the scene. We'll put you in the jumpsuit right here, okay? Murder, man, come on, man. That ain't me. That ain't me. Murder, man. Listen, all right? I think you're hemmed up in a bad situation. And the person that can help themselves out right now is Sonny. Thank you. I'm not saying you shot the guy. Sonny, I'm telling you, brother, you ain't gonna get past this until you're honest with us. Yeah, man. It's just time to let it go. It's just time to let it go. Huh? Back up, man. Back that way. Early. Who was on the school? Jerry, he lost his mind. More than that damn proud of me. That man lost his mind. That man was robbing everybody, man. Everybody. Okay. Jeremy ran up on the window before he went out. He took his chain.
According to Sonny, the altercation began after Jeremy stole Malik's necklace.
Then shot at the car and took off running.
Jeremy then fled to his girlfriend's house, and the men followed in the green Taurus.
So, who's in the car when you guys find Jeremy? Us, old man. Okay. Yeah, that's for me.
that while one of the men kept the car running, he and the other two went to the backyard to confront Jeremy.
They seen them. Put your head up and look at me, man. You shoot that boy? No. I need to know if you're shooting. I know you know that. I don't know. Lee Willer.
He says he didn't see the shooting, but he had seen two of the men with guns earlier in the evening.
Okay.
You're gonna sound warrants.
We'll get them on.
McSwain sends VCAT, the violent criminal apprehension team, to arrest the remaining three men. "11 hours later, VCAT returns with all three men.
How you doing, sir? I think all three of them came here with that idea of not cooperating with the police and hoping that that's going to save them, but still have probable cause to arrest them.
24 hours in, detectives have closed their case. In the first 48, Detectives Bo McSwain and his team responded to the murder of Jeremy McJunkins, discovered a shoe print that placed suspect Sonny Sammons at the crime scene, obtained a confession from Sammons that he was present, along with three other men, when Jeremy was shot.
This is a unique situation in that a footprint was the deciding factor in making the arrest. When our victim took the suspect's property, the suspect should have called the police and reported that. What the suspects did was take the law in their own hands. They brutally murdered our victim with the use of a high-powered assault rifle. You can replace property, but you can't replace his life.
In the murder investigation of Leo Garcia, Detective Jerry Williams has one suspect in custody. Now, Williams is questioning a man named Luna Rocha, allegedly involved, but he claims he doesn't know the victim.
You never seen this fella before in your life? And his name is Leo. Okay. You ever seen this fella? Never had no dealings with him? Okay. Has anybody ever tried to hit you with a hammer? No. This is true. Your fingerprints are not gonna be in it, don't worry. If they can tell me the truth? The truth, huh?
I mean, completely unbelievable that Luna don't know the victim or the suspect in this case. But we don't have a weapon, we don't have no evidence.
Weeks later, Williams gets some unexpected news on the case from a neighboring police department.
Had information from a detective at Homewood that, they had Luna in custody. And Leo Garcia's murder. It looks like Luna Rocha knows more than what he originally told me.
Williams heads to Homewood Police Station to re-interview Luna Rocha.
Not everybody. So he never knew him or nothing like that. So I don't know what the truth is.
Heads in to interview Luna.
Okay. Now, the first interview, what you told me wasn't true, was it? The first interview, what you told me wasn't true, was it? You want to tell me what happened?
Yeah. I didn't know them for so long. I just met them a few weeks before that.
Okay.
He says that on the night of the murder, he was picked up by Leo and another man.
So you get in the truck with them?
Yeah.
Luna says they started arguing as soon as they got on the highway.
I don't. Leo, just turned around and said, "Well, we're facing against you, all this." And I was like, hold on, bro. So I feel, the thing fixing to go down against me. So that's what I tell him. I say, bro, what's going on? And he said, no, man, we're fixing to show you, I said, man, what the hell are you talking about, man? As soon as we get out from the exit, that's when Leo, turned around and hit me with a hammer. That's when I started bleeding real bad.
Okay, then what happened?
I'm fighting with Leo because he's trying to hit me again with a hammer. That's when I threw out my blade, And I'm trying to stop, trying to get him off myself.
He says he stabbed Leo in self-defense. He got out and ran.
That last time you seen him?
That was the last time.
It's been a twisted case. We ended up charging Luna Rocha with hindering prosecution because he lied to us the first time. They wouldn't charge him with murder because it was justifiable, that he was protecting himself at that point in this case. Luna turns out that he's going to be a victim.
However, the man who was with Leo will be charged with murder.
Because his accomplice, which would be Leo, my victim, was trying to rob Luna Rocha by force with a deadly weapon, which would be a hammer. And Leo died in the commission of the robbery, so he's charged with his accomplice's death.
As later, Leo's friend Gerardo meets with other friends back at the crime scene to commemorate Leo's death.
Together. Like a funeral, but we're gonna put a little cross in there to show some respect to us. He was a good friend, Ooh. before this happened, he was playing around with my little girl, building castles, playing hide and seek. He was always a good person, and that's why I always keep that in mind, that he was a good friend. Keep-
To Visible, the ultimate wireless hack. It's one line, powered with unlimited data using the 5G network for just $25 a month. Stream, scroll, browse, and connect with Big Cuff, plus unlimited hotspot included. Live in the mist.
On the first 48, a young father is ambushed at a Dallas gas station.
Pulls up right next to him.
Detectives struggle to find out who would want him dead
No,
before the trail goes cold
Faith.
Is this one of the suspects that he was able?
and the clock is ticking. For homicide detectives, their chance of solving a murder is cut in half if they don't get a lead within the first 48 hours. It's Texas. 8:40 p.m. A hot summer evening under a full moon in the Pleasant Grove neighborhood. Suddenly, shots ring out.
I'm hoping Garrison there. They started shooting their ears for.
The call was in the passenger seat when he was shot. When the ambulance arrives, they find a man lying on the ground. He is rushed to the hospital, but doctors cannot see him.
Heading up to a shooting that occurred at a gas station out here in Pleasant Grove, Bruton Prairie Creek. Still relatively early in the evening, so there'd be a lot of witnesses out there.
Detective Steve David has been with the Dallas Police Department for 32 years. He's been working murders for the last 8. The 3-year-old Caleb Martinez was born and raised in the Pleasant Grove area. He had a 4-year-old daughter and had just learned his girlfriend is expecting their second child, a son.
The pre-shot casings, understand? Yeah. Tower, 25, 25, had one.
His friend who called 911.
I'll take you downtown. We'll talk to you down there and get a statement, okay? All right. Well, yeah. Okay. Here over there. You the manager? Can I look in the video? Sure.
Several cameras were rolling when the victim pulled into the gas station.
He's backing up to the pump then, huh? Yeah. It's a big 4-door like sedan. Looks like our pulls up right next to him. Yes, they get out, approach him on the passenger side. I think they may be talking each other. I think maybe the complainant knows it.
Later,
People around me. Oh, see the victim get out of the car before he collapses. Hey Derek, did you call Cherry or did yeah, call her? We got a lady coming down to download it for us, so we can have a copy of it, okay?
David hopes video forensic technicians will get a clear view of the suspects and their license plate. As news about the murder spreads, friends of the victim arrive at the scene.
Doing pretty well.
David gets a possible motive. He learns that Caleb sometimes sold marijuana from his car.
They just came from right down the street.
They also learn that the victim and his friend who called 911 were coming from a tattoo parlor.
That's the tattoo. Hey, how you doing? I'm Detective David, Dallas Police. Did you hear about what happened tonight? Did you know Caleb pretty well?
David talks with the owner of the tattoo parlor.
I know Super? Yeah, so I know that Super. I've known Super forever since I mean, I know I actually did time with him in prison before. We both got out and I got this shot.
I was told he would sell weed out of his car.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing his little hustle.
Okay.
Today he had a little bit less than a pound of weed in a Louis Vuitton backpack. Probably somebody saw that and said, hey, give me that. And I was sitting there, he said, man, if y'all didn't find the Louis Vuitton backpack, whoever killed him got that backpack.
Hey, Nicole, did you notice a Louis Vuitton backpack in that car? No. No, or you saw it, didn't think to look good, just left it there? Okay.
At once, David prepares to talk with Caleb's friend, who was with him when he was murdered.
I'm hoping he can shed some light on maybe who did this, but if it's just a random drug deal, it could be anybody. This could be your only shot at solving it. How you doing, man? Caleb went by the name of Super, correct? Right now, I don't care about what happened to Caleb today and who did this. Now, did he have a Louis Vuitton backpack with him?
Yeah.
So you stopped at the gas station?
Yeah.
He says two men got out of the white car and walked up to Caleb.
So we started to warn him.
Did you know this? Did you know this?
He knows who we are.
Caleb's friend says he thinks the victim knew the man who shot him.
Juan was just talking to him first, but then I guess the other guy with the pop truck, I guess, get the gun and then gave it to the other dude.
Yeah.
He says he hid behind the gas pump until the two suspects fled in the white car.
So let's go with the two guys. The guy talking to him, he's a black male,
Black dude,
slender, big, fat,
he weighed about
and the other dude.
yeah.
That's why you're so important.
He was the one who said weed, man.
Because if Caleb knew these guys,
then we gotta find somebody to point us in the right direction.
The next day, David heads back to the tattoo shop to see if the owner has news about the murder.
Dylan, you heard anything?
I mean, I don't know, man.
Okay. All right, man. Keep me in mind. Okay. Hear anything at all? Call me. I'll hear something. Something's gonna happen. You brother.
Appreciate
You
it.
bet.
Let me know.
Yeah.
Be right here.
As the case winds down, David turns to his only lead, the video of the white car.
You should see the car. Still at 8:40. A white Ford Crown Victoria. We get a close up now. Yeah, I can't tell from that angle. All we can do is put out a bolo when white's in the wig. You know how many white Crown Vics there are in Dallas?
Patrol hits the streets looking for the suspect's car.
Picking the very Ford Crown Vic in Pleasant Grove, all kinds of people in it, but nothing really panned out.
In the first morning, Dallas homicide responded to the murder. Martinez, shot to death at a gas station, yelling that the victim may have been killed for his drugs. Discovered that the suspects were driving a white Crown Victoria, searched for the car, but could not find it. "19 days after Caleb's murder,
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it. An anonymous caller gave information regarding the identity of one of the two possible suspects. His name's Courtney Johnson.
Courtney Johnson has a conviction for unlawful possession of a weapon.
They go ahead and put a line together. Hopefully, a witness convicted is one of the two suspects. Big break, big break.
Caleb's friend, who saw him get shot, returns to homicide.
And I'll be doing a for you today. Is this one of the two male suspects that were that shot and killed Caleb? Take as much time as you need.
Sure.
Okay, well, all we do is do, so thank you, Sonia, I appreciate it. Yeah, one, I'll take it one.
With no other leads, David decides to roll the dice.
At least I can talk to him.
And bring in Courtney Johnson.
All I have to charge him with is his tickets right now, and if I scare him, then I may not see him again. He can go in hiding. But it's a risk I have to take.
2 days later, they locate Courtney and he agrees to come to homicide.
Courtney, what you do, man? You remember the shooting that happened over at Rutland Prairie Creek?
Yeah.
You know anything about that?
Yeah.
What do you know?
Who said the shooting, his name, James Wood, says one cuz. I mean, so I can get on the block.
Says on the day of the murder, he went out with his cousin, James Woods, to sell crack near the crime scene.
You doing my thing. I look back in it. It says, you know what I'm saying?
He says his cousin got into an argument with an Hispanic man.
Did you know this Hispanic dude?
I don't see it, bro. But, you know,
He knew this dude?
no.
Okay.
So yeah, so come on, let's go. We finna make the ass over it.
He claims his cousin wanted to follow.
So he went to the gas station, he pulled up in, get out and holler at the essay, and then I heard a gunshot. And then next thing I know, he grabbed some weed out of the essay park. Like, you tripping, bro. What you doing? Grab some weed out of the essay park.
Courtney says after his cousin, James Woods, shot the victim and stole the weed, they sped away from the gas station.
I'm scared of him. He ain't got the gun, baby. They telling me to shut up. Look, 25.
Was it in anything? Was it in
A Louis bag or something, like a backpack.
The Louis Vuitton backpack, whoever get the backpack.
It looks up James Woods.
I don't know if Cody's telling the whole truth or he's just trying to downplay his role, what happened, thinking that it's just a robbery. But he says he's not the shooter. Maybe he thinks he's just a witness. That's simple. Trump, when you got out of the car,
No, he had popped the trunk.
did you get anything out of it?
No, I ain't get nothing with the trunk.
You never handed him a gun, nothing like
No,
that?
I ain't got no nothing.
See the other guy pop the trunk. This is from big house.
Here's the deal, Cory. Technically, you are a accomplice. You're in the car when this happened, you never called, okay? We're talking about the death of a kid here.
I'm gonna tell you something.
James Woods. Later, Woods is pulled over near his apartment and taken into custody.
Man, who's nervous? Hey, Joe. Very pretty.
Say that. Sir, I did that.
Cody told me everything. Good. He had all the facts of what happened out there. I mean, he had all the school and what kind of gun he used a little bit.
I don't shoot nobody.
So whose car was that you were in? What kind of car you used to have?
The last one I was Crown Vic.
So you wanna talk to me about what happened? Tell me your side of the story.
Both of them first.
Yes, sir. Go to work. James is a shooter. Say right now that he was the one that did it. This was just a drug deal robbery. The sad thing, Caleb Martinez, I mean, he's a kid out there, he was in the drug business and didn't deserve what he got. No one deserves to die like that. And I hope there's some kind of help to the family knowing we got these guys on the street.
Caleb, the life of the party. He was he meant everything to me. He was 10. Now that he's gone, I just feel very, very alone. He was a good, he was a very good partner. 2 weeks before the incident, six weeks pregnant, when we found out, and now we have a life coming.
An innocent teenager's life. Which is a scam.
Yeah, no idea.
He's got a big old bag of those.
Yeah, look at it. I jumped right out the back seat.
Come here.
Yes.
Their chances of young is cut in half if they don't get away within 3 hours.
I see them go. We can go into the door and say the people in the door. If you want to move, that's the drill. Tell me none of that. This camp was combined cool on our hands.
Well, I got the call. Should have been asleep. I'll go watch some True Blood.
It has been constant for 6 months. This will be his first case, and
Well, I mean, my mom got me in sports. Like from the age of 5 to got in college. I guess helped me throughout life and kept me out of trouble. That's why I started coaching football. Back to the community the same way it gave me.
Yes, you. In the car.
Oh, so the driver, he has a gunshot wound to the back of suspect probably executed him. Could have been meet somebody. Yeah. And make that transaction, the guy got his back. And then probably reach around. Yeah. Just know where they're gonna be pointing right here. ATM camera, there's 2 other ones right above them. Said prayer, hopefully they work. What's up, take the water in the police department. TV out there. Video. We don't have anything else to go. Hello? Sister said that she had just left about 30 minutes before this happened.
Detective Snails. Just noted for her.
Come over, said she didn't stay long. Yeah.
8 months.
This year, he had to do with it. That here. They still feel like, obviously, with him, his name, so late, yeah.
Oh, let's get on. Somebody up for that would be about suspect.
As they wrap up the scene, Shamichael's stepfather.
You talk to him? Yeah. No, you talk to him. What type of guy was a boyfriend?
Black kid,
Any drug activities with him? From what the stepfather said, the girl really is, she's a innocent victim to what's going on. What's crazy is that I have a sister that just turned 21 years old. She's barely over a year older than this girl right here that just got killed. And I'm like, my sister, I don't care if she's asleep or not. Hey, can you sleep? Look, I'm on the scene of this double homicide. This girl, she's 19 years old, and her boyfriend, some guy came up and shot both of us. What I'm saying is just be mindful where you at and who you get, all right? This video shows everything, phone records, so we need to see this person talk to her. Yeah, dreams. So maybe it's a setup for some drugs or something.
Take much of it. Looks for a criminal record on the so they be able to get Junior. He didn't appear to have an Alabama anyway.
Hey, this Detective Rogers, the police department.
Rogers reaches out to leave your family.
Earlier this morning, we found salative disease. I'm trying to get some information from you so we can put some things together. Any of his friends?
They have no idea.
I don't even talk about family. We want to know everything. Who they hang out with, where they hang out, and what type of person were they, what family members. Pretty much used too distraught to advise me anymore about what's going on.
Nothing else to come on.
Hey, yeah.
The security video finally.
That's yeah. That's a big skull. Scratch it. Yes. Shot. You got it. Okay. Look at. See what I call it. That's cheap. Yeah. See. There's the guy getting out there.
It's just a man get out of the SUV. Way looking at his car.
Look like he's without shoes. He walked forward. Drop.
Yeah, we gotta eat. See what she got.
Back to the field.
That's awful, man.
She has no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, just like that. It was helpful to have the video isn't good enough for us to, recognize faces. But what we do have is, two suspects and a white SUV. The and see the phone, see them place the phone. It's key.
With the suspects, so they use phone records.
See. It's back to a local.
From the address listed for the phone. Follows up on the processing machine.
With the inbound, at least one of the suspects actually tested people before we get suppressed.
See if we can.
We're waiting here. Oh yeah. Everybody to hands for her. She lives in Virginia. Got rid of the brother-in-law of hers and said that Caesar is the answer. Yeah.
20-year-old Caesar Harris doesn't have a criminal record.
Let's see what's up, Caesar. We get out of here. We want to believe that he's not.
Detectives head out to the address on Caesar's driver's license in Warren, Maryland, 25 miles northwest of Mobile.
These days,
Ladies, hello, how you doing, sir?
Caesar's answers the door.
Caesar Harris. You don't know? Yeah. She's been on the water. So, yesterday. Couple more guys. It's good.
yeah, it's an SUV. Is he the only one that drives it?
He says Caesar drives the white.
You mind if I feel I'm going to Joe. Let me get some. Oh, yeah, that he saw these are a couple of us in the same SUV that we saw in video. It'll be a good day. Hey, we go sit back up on the main road.
just in case he comes his way.
Okay.
Sit out here. There's some power people. You drive it out. It's got dark table. We don't shit out here. But Caesar isn't there.
Something for a second. It might be a big circumstance, but it's like. Come here for a second. Come here. Come here for a second. Caesar, come here. He's up close. Take the rope. Keep your right arm where it is. Don't move it.
I mean, he ran because he knew what was up. He hadn't even mentioned it during the whole walk back to his residence. Normally, I ask, man, what you stopping me for, man? Why? He didn't says
The phone takes Caesar and his two friends who were with him down the house.
So that pocket pretty tight while he was running. So he did have an opportunity to draw it. So we're getting a dog. We go into the woods and see if he can locate the draw.
Get too far that way. Just gotta do a half circle right around like this.
And now, this won't be the only suspect that we pick up, but they got to work for another 24 hours.
The team will search Caesar's house while Rogers heads back to Henson.
One family member stated that Steve will left white make mine. He is so proud. I was so excited. Nick is a beast. He actually motivated me really because running on them tracks is not even
That Caesar's friends are competing Anthony Ford and Ford's girlfriend. Ada Burgess. We'll see what information he can get out of her. Kind of tell us how she came in contact with Caesar.
I'm thinking about this is my partner. How long have you and Mr. Ford been in my relationship? Almost season. McKenzie, yeah. Mr. Ford, father of all three kids.
Talk to me about what happened today.
And Duke is Anthony. Was Duke there?
Anthony claimed his car had been stolen while he was sleeping.
So, and what kind of vehicle are we talking about? Like SUV?
I'm interested in what happened last night.
I don't want you to exaggerate. So I don't want you to say you talked to him 3 hours and it ended up being 3 minutes. It's not homicide investigations. I was shot in field. 2 people is dead yet. So here's the deal. Just got. We're gonna verify some of the stuff that you told us. We're gonna verify everything that you told us. So good morning.
Thank you for where the incident. Thank you for where my children's fault that he y'all information. There's no reason I can sit up here still talking to you and you're not with those precious babies at all. What happened to the men? Says Anthony and Caesar set fire to Anthony. Did he say specifically why he's pointing the drug? Yes. Okay, that's all everything I know. You know, man, talking about. I'm gonna take the process of the moment. My father will take it. We're investigation right now. We will start with them. Caesar, how did you get to know? Before today, he would have been the last time that you would have Caesar. Walk me through yesterday. How did you get to her house? What did you do that morning? You know, all of us. Did you leave it all? I woke up and on my phone. So, it's important that you know that you're not being truthful with us. All of that. That you know what we're talking about. And I'll give you this opportunity to verify. So with that being said, I'm gonna give you a hand. Something happened. So talk to them. It's captured on video. Okay. I'm not you when I take that. And you study the video. Here's the deal. You won't lie. So hey, look at see. Hey, look at hey. Oh. Yeah. Every time you give me a see, look at her. If you will that stay right now, it's
Thank you, Caesar. All right, let's do this. Hey, Caesar, sit up for me, man. I have some questions for you. Are you cool talking with me? We need to talk about what happened last night. What vehicle were y'all driving? Anthony's. The Ford Escape. Take me through the rest of your night and what happened.
He claims they drove to Anthony's house and went to sleep.
Go to sleep pretty early. Yeah, woke up. Walked outside and then called his. Well, Caesar, we want to tell you that we know that you weren't at Anthony's house and you said you were. I know that you weren't asleep by 10:45 last night. Sometimes bad just happens, right? Okay. People get themselves in bad situations. Right.
Caesar says he called Salathiel to buy me.
These parts. And crash. Meet up with him, huh? I didn't. Well, we know that you did. Video cameras out there that saw everything that happened. It's not time to play dumb. You're not gonna be able to sleep at night. You're probably not gonna be able to eat right. Until you talk about it, it's just gonna keep eating away at me. You created everything. So, true. I'm saying you're still in the home. Have a good one.
The other thing we have is the Fancy Bank video. Pretty much that's showing Anthony Ford's car. And also the phone we use to make contact with Salathiel. So right now, Anthony Ford and Caesar Harris has been charged with capital.
Just 24 hours into the investigation. Closes his first case.
As an investigator, you want to know why things happen. And you don't know exactly how the story went. That's the frustrating part about it.
I think they thought they outsmarted us. If they did, it would have been at odds right now, but they're not. They're in Metro jail.
Months later.
Yes. Oh, really? We can get today if you want. Okay. That was Anthony Ford's. Apparently, you want to tell the story. That's good because I really want to know what happened.
I know, like, some people.
Yes.
People.
He claims Caesar told him a way to make some quick money. He says he followed Sylvia's car to the bank. Anthony, Sylvia was smoking a gun.
What did Caesar say once he got into the boat? Like, here,
With it being what we call 100, he only give us maybe about 80% of that. So he's being 100 with us. Anthony knew what was going on. He knew what the robbery that was going on. I was just going to hit a lick and end up with two people that's dead. And one of them was actually a 19-year-old female. With the, just horrible.
That picture. She was like, Mom said, Publisher Michael. This was her graduation picture here. I mean, it's her signature pose. During Christmas time, and she didn't have any money to like buy anybody anything. And she would like write you a note, and she would write something sweet and just to show you just how much she appreciates you and she love you. It's just showing just who she was. Just a sweet person. Her heart was so warm to everybody. I had just so many plans for me and her. And it just took him away. It's just what I chose to be. So bad. It shouldn't have happened to her.
Welcome to Biola University, home to brilliant minds, bold faith, and bright futures. As a top Christian university, Biola offers more than 300 career-focused programs and a community that's committed to following Jesus together. Apply today for our largest scholarships ever.
Bad coffee got you angrier than a Wookiee losing coach. You need our newest collection, Coffee by Bones Coffee. Twins on tiramisu and dark side truffle.
The great flavored coffee.
You will. Get the greatest coffee in the galaxy at bonescoffee.com and rebel against boring coffee.
Well, he's young. An innocent young man who holds him back. Murdered in cold blood.
You just told him you're gonna pay for what you did.
That's freaking weird. A case of ransom and revenge. Oh, sure. He's raising hell. Lead detectives.
He needs to get locked up.
To a sadistic killer.
Now he's signed his name.
He's out. And the phone.
Yeah.
If they don't get away, then the hours. 5:04 p.m. Inside a sprawling and peaceful park, passers-by make a gruesome discovery.
This was our whole. There's a man on the side of the road. The eyes are open. There's blood coming out of his mouth.
Aerobatics. And
Big Giant Park, the city's booths there, all kinds of picnic areas. So this is a unusual place for a not normal.
well, he's young. No ID. The victim was shot multiple times in the chest, abdomen, arm, and legs. Just feet from the body, the team finds a dozen 9mm casings.
So, I mean, it wouldn't have done. My initial take is this is a bit excessive. Somebody wasn't happy with him.
Two girls in a white blazer up there were driving by, saw on the side of the road, thought he was passed out. Told him blood.
Well, let's go see what these people have to say. Two, what was going on? So you guys were up here. What happened?
We're getting it.
Okay.
I looked and I saw. Pretty much anything it said.
Other than that, was anything jump out to you while you were here? Cars coming and going while you guys are down by the pond, people walking.
Secret door. Nothing checked on the victim.
Did you tell who was in it or?
Yes.
Some gunshots in the neighborhood of 4 o'clock PM. That may be a promising lead for us to work with, because as it stands right now, we don't have a whole lot. Not virtually nothing.
Connected, but about 2 hours ago, I took a bird report from this.
Thieves.
This is the rapper. He said he's in his early 20s. What it looks like. Well, I don't know the name of this guy, but it could be the guy that stole the record.
It's related, but apparently there's some with car getting stolen earlier today. This could be related. Not sure how they ended up at Mohawk Park, but
Before leaving the crime scene,
this lady got the road here.
officers locate a hiker who says she also heard gunshots.
There's probably 3%. And it was really high pitch.
Okay. Did you see any vehicles or anything?
I saw dark pickup. It's really square.
I've seen the Raptors. Yeah, those are big giant old trucks.
No, it wasn't. This was definitely like 80s. It was, I got back to my car.
She says she discovered her car.
Stuff gets taken and
First, and then
they've already used it.
She says she cleaned her bank and learned her car was used in a nearby convenience store.
I like it, man. Burglarized up the road here. We have criminal activity afoot. Shortly thereafter, shots. He could have encountered this guy, maybe tried to rob him. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know if this rapper has anything to do with it. It could be completely coincidental, but I think it's important.
A couple different angles we're looking at right now. One, Ford Raptor that was stolen. And another one is there was a car broken into. So I'm not sure which one is involved. If either of them are, still.
It's been a long time since you've had one of these poo-poo sandwiches. Similar to our faces.
Gee, thanks, detective. I saw this. I'm like, man, this is a whodunit. I can thank Jason White's around.
It's kind of a different case, isn't it? Just down the road. We are going to go see if we can get some surveillance video. That's the best thing for lead right now. We can get some images of this guy. We should be able to ID him pretty easily, identify his truck. How you doing, sir? About 3 hours ago, somebody came in and made a witness. Is there a way you're able to access your video? The transaction here was at 1613.
Well, it's before the ATM transaction. A dark colored truck pulls into the home.
Okay, extended cab, blue. Should come right in here. It's a black male, kind of medium build, maybe a little bit stocky. Yeah, he's back there at the ATM right now. Yeah, he's trying to not be seen. This is definitely good. I mean, we know what kind of vehicle we're looking for. Is that everything's fitting? Timeline wise. Could it do something that is just absolutely that kind of his part to do? Vehicle possibility. Then once we get a suspect, this could definitely help us to connect him to the scene.
Raptor could be involved with the murder. This truck, credit card could be involved or not. If it's not the Raptor or this deal, then we have a lot of digging to do.
Even for clues from the 911 that came in when the Raptor was stolen.
There's 5 different calls for this Raptor. At about 12:30, vape store, Alvin Flores is listed as a Hispanic male who stole a heavily damaged black Ford Raptor truck, has a Texas tag. So we have a name linked to the stolen Ford Raptor. Officers are out looking for the Raptor right now. But we still don't even have our victim identified, so we don't know how the victim is connected to the Raptor, if they even are still.
Hey, what's that?
Detective White gets a call from the crime scene unit.
Flores. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
They have a name on the victim.
That's Jeremy Stiles. They found a debit card in his pocket that said Wilmer Flores.
Flores was originally from Honduras. After moving to Tulsa, he worked for a security fencing company.
Being the one that ripped off the truck. And they were thinking Elvin Flores. Instead of Wilmer.
He stole the truck. This Raptor thing is looking promising.
The brother from Beagle thing's probably not involved.
Then,
Yes, sir.
the stolen Raptor is spotted on the highway.
We just got a tip that the Raptor is found on the BA from 169. So we're gonna head out to see if we can pick it up. Some hard hitting tech work. Everyone's gonna get in separate parts to follow it until we can get it posted by control. Westbound, heading the south lane of I.
What's for dinner? What's for dinner? What's for dinner?
Strikes dinner. Things so supreme. Supremely creamy, supremely.
It's a new car. Yeah, we're still going to catch up. Bank truck. So not it.
License plate. The stolen Raptor.
We are now with the
But a mile away. Officers have tried to get.
Okay. Be a gun in here for this to be my killer. That's a good point.
The driver is not the reported thief, Elvin Flores. But he does have a 9mm handgun.
That's the same caliber gun as at the murder scene, so that makes me happy. They're going to take him down to the office. We'll talk to him.
here, but I like where we're at. Hey, do you mind? Let me see that gun. I haven't seen it yet. It's doing like a small shot. The guy that was driving the truck, he has no arrest with us. Didn't have anything criminally that would make me think, oh, this guy's some hardcore killer, but I guess everybody has to start somewhere. My name's Ronnie, this is Jason. I want to talk to you about all the stuff that's been going on today. What all's going on with the tree and why you have it and stuff like that. Yeah, and that's all we're looking for. It's true. Okay.
His friend asked him if he wanted to try something.
And I was like, sure, okay, you know, everything will really well. Is your truck stolen?
Maybe. Do you see what his shirt says? That's what we work. There's a work today, and that's what we're working.
Oh.
This truck may or may not be involved in it, and you have a truck. That's why we're talking to you.
Wait, the Central College Navy?
Yeah.
Oh. And are you running in touch with it?
Did you do it?
A man showed up at his friend's shop with the Raptor.
So, let's not talk about selling the truck. I think they found a body.
He says Elvin and his friend asked him to drive the truck to a house on the north side.
And also, they want to sit there as well. They only clean the table and him around the door. No speed, you know, just.
1 o'clock in the morning, we've been having some baby. Yeah. I like you. I really do. I just need to get to the trail.
Did you shoot and kill that guy tonight?
No.
Do you know who did? No. Who was it, Alan?
Scared like that. Also 25 years old, testing now. 25. Yeah.
I'll be back in a second. Unless I'm just crazy, our guy in the Raptor is not our killer.
I would agree with you on that. He doesn't have the temperament to be doing that.
Hey, Ronnie.
It's not going to be the gun.
Strike marks on casings from the crimes don't match the Raptor driver's gun.
That gun you got from that's a Glock. The casing is seed, not a Glock.
So let's look at the guy he says he got the truck from. He said, I think it's Elvin, which is what that deal on this. Elvin Flores, Hispanic male, still the colors, heavily damaged black Ford Raptor truck. Elvin Flores. He said he is also 25 and he's born in November.
Elvin Flores, also known as Kevin Ibarez, has a previous conviction for false impersonation.
That's Alvin that had the Raptor. Identifies
as the guy who had the raptor. Elvin Flores, the guy that stole the raptor, and our murder victim is Wilman Flores. Sure that they're related yet.
10 hours in, a surprising break.
There's some people connected to that raptor.
The robbery team has the owners of the raptor in custody.
They reported the raptor stolen earlier today, and since then they got arrested for our robbery. With the guy. They fled the scene and he told Tom a short time later. Jose Flores, Alejandro Guzman, Daryl Lopez.
And that's these three back here.
Police found a loaded gun in the car with the suspects.
It's a better than I know.
Does that match? This is just craziness. So we may have the actual murder weapon in Max's robbery vehicle.
Chase and I interviewed Jennifer, and she's telling us about the raptor. They all go to the East Side place, and Elvin Flores with them. It's when Elvin Flores steals the truck. So then everybody's pissed off at Elvin. They go over to his house, try to find him, and his brother's there. I said, well, what was his brother wearing? She goes, it was a work type thing. Your victim.
Wilmer
Is Alvin
and
brother.
Alvin are brothers.
Correct. I think that Wilmer got was because Elvin sold her.
Freaking weird.
Leatherman and Robert Chase Calhoun hope to get the full story from Jennifer.
My name's Ronnie. I help on the inside. Explain to me what happened today.
Just like the raptor. Ended up back at Jose's, like.
She says the group went out looking for Elvin Flores, who stole their raptor.
He had a gun.
Who's Alvin Holmes?
My boyfriend.
Boyfriend. I see the guy with all the tattoos on his neck. Okay. Well, where was the victim at? Where did he get picked up at?
The victim at his apartment.
How did they know where the victim lived at? How did they know to get to that apartment?
She gives them the name of the fourth person. Elvin Wilmer.
Me and Jose stayed in the truck. I went to the office. Back in the truck. With the victim.
And since they threatened Wilmer and his brother,
And they kept telling him that if he didn't talk that way, something was gonna happen to him. And so it's I just kept saying that. You know, he was sorry for what happened, but he didn't have anything to do with it. He was scared. It's like how much money did I take? He was like, what happened? You know what I mean? That's weird, but it was. It's just in Spanish, like, you're gonna pay attention. Oh, I weird. I know.
she says Jose drove them to the park And the fourth suspect walked in the woods.
They want the little thing.
What did you see? You may not want to, but I'm guessing you probably did to see what was going on. What did you see? I was out there and I saw where his body fell, and he wasn't in the woods. He was right in the ditch, and so what did you see?
See that? Yes, I can see it.
Oh my gosh. Is this the reason why the murder happens? And she names her boyfriend as the shooter. Alejandro told him, "You better get the stuff that your brother stole from us, or we're going to kill you." From where she was sitting in the car, she saw the shooting. He just kept shooting him. Alejandro Guzman. Bam.
Alejandro Guzman. There's several pending charges in Houston, Texas.
Let's just go talk to him. Well, obviously some stuff happened tonight that the cops brought you down here to talk to us. From what I was told, there was a gun in the car. And so, man, just take me through your day yesterday.
Well, yesterday,
You and what did they rob you of? Alvin Flores.
You know, if we got trip, because they seen I had money. Because I have money, you know what I'm saying? I got money.
You have money.
I got money because I got a settlement. How much money did you get for settlement? Come on. Yeah.
What happens?
I lost my whole family. My mom, dad, and 3 years.
Alejandro says 2 years ago, his parents and siblings were killed when they were hit by a drunk driver.
Yeah, I got paid and I started a business.
Well, I'm sorry to hear all that.
It's a family, but it is what it is, man.
So Alvin Flores took your director and some money, he said, some cash. How much cash?
Like about 10,000.
He says Elvin also made off with bags of expensive merchandise.
He stole like 50 t-shirts, like 100 bills. You know, they're $1,000 bills. He took some gold that's worth like about 100.
Okay. So then, what do you guys do?
We're looking at it. You know what I'm saying? I know you. There was a shooting today that has something to do with this rapper. Yeah, what do you know about the shootings? So, we said on video, there's no reason that you're going to be on camera. Years ago. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to well, yeah, it's a video, not, there's nothing else. The Chinese store though, you got the money, trying to find your
How long are you driving out of India? Even driving out, that's for a while, trying to find. There's a big part of the zoo that. Do you remember Alvin's brother being with it? Alvin's brother's dead. He did. Do you remember shooting Alvin's brother? Were we doing testing on the gun with the science? The gun was well, you didn't try and kill me. Trying to kill nobody else. You got it all that you got ripped out. You just didn't deal with it, but that's what I didn't deal with it. My road with it. Well, we didn't miss it, right? So, this is just story that we've heard about the Congress song that T-minus all this madness and what really happens. But then when it gets time to stop shooting the guy, he's, oh my God, I remember I'm happy with the he can still go to jail for it. Because that's they look this guy with it. He can do this whatsoever. So he was proud of me. Refuses to and asks for nothing you can say that. He'll get to go to jail for murder. Because he's just driving me, suggesting, hey, I know the place that you guys. This point, he's such an he finally forced us back. He's the wife doesn't notify to be up there for that. The Jewish of the cities. Sorry, the things that we face to see that the film. I didn't take part of this matter. Sociales,
If you learn from it, you're done wrong. There's one that many of us, I think, United States, we have.